It took a while, but I am back now. Um, a long story I'm sure I'll get into. Um, so, a quick recap from just the last stream I did, which was last month. Um, we were having some conversation after we banished Sri Lakshmi. There was a little bit of the cutscene that I think was missed. Just kind of rounding out the conversation around, like, what the hell happened. And I actually ended up going into the next cutscene, but I managed to actually close the game before it progressed, so I get to come back here and actually have that on stream, which is nice. I can't recall if WoW does something differently or does something similar. It probably doesn't, because it doesn't pay as much attention to, like, the necessity of the story, I guess. Or, no, sorry. The necessity of the story is different in WoW in this, so that kind of makes sense. But, yeah. That's honestly a really nice feature, because if you just disconnect or something like that, then you don't miss a cutscene. Why is the D in Hildebrand, like, cut off? Is that seriously, like, the kerning going beyond the... That's really gonna bother me, for this entire stream. Good. Great. I fucking love that for me. So... Which brings me to what the hell happened last month. So, the reason that the last stream cut off abruptly was because the internet disconnected. And, like, I pretty much talked about it on stream a lot, that up until that point we'd been having some arguments with our ISP that they hadn't actually fixed a fault that seemed to be affecting our upload and download. I found that during different times it would actually be, like, consistent or not, and then that last stream it just cut out earlier than I thought. So I went, oh, I guess I can't stream until that's fixed. Not a few days later, did my PC stop turning on. And after a little bit of troubleshooting, I found that it was the DRAM light on the motherboard shining a solid orange, which means that it can't read the RAM, or something can't read the RAM. I got some extra RAM chips, tested them in different slots, tested them, the old ones in different slots. Nothing. So, I ended up having to ship my entire PC back to the place that built it, in order to get what I thought at the time was a motherboard issue fixed. Probably just a replacement warranty, covered under warranty. So, no skin off my nose. A few days after they got it, they found out it was actually the CPU. I then had to ensure that they were actually going to stick another cooler on the CPU, because they were going to upgrade me, because the CPU I bought at the time was out of stock or not being produced anymore. But the new one didn't come with a cooler, so I managed to get a cooler out of that as well, and an upgrade to my CPU. Nice. And then, for some reason, the Windows installation on my SSD had managed to get corrupted. Whether or not that was a result of the existing issue with the CPU or whatever, I obviously don't know, but it meant that they had to install Windows over the top. It meant they had to install Windows on a new SSD and dump whatever files were on there back on my new disk. So I've spent the last 24 hours now, I think. Yeah, the last 24 hours trying to get everything back in order, and thankfully, like, some of the stuff that would have been really annoying to re-download and stuff like that had been on different hard disks, so I didn't lose any of that. And the rest of it was just recoverable from whatever files were on the CPU, or was on the original disk, but yeah, I could have done without that. Also, like, wondering, oh god, am I doing this in the right order, and just hoping that I did. So yeah. Not an awesome start to the holidays. That's for fucking sure. Now. Actually, just before I start, I'm gonna do something real quick. It sounds like next door neighbors are turning up their music again. Oh god, I sound like an old man doing that, but like... Which is ironic considering, like, I always used to go out and, you know, we'd listen to music, like, late into the night, but, like, we didn't have sound systems that could shake an entire house. And also do it from, like, 5 till... Or, well, I guess they've stopped doing it late at night because they got told off for it, but... That makes me feel old. Anyway. I feel like there was something else I was going to say before I started, but... Oh, yeah, I guess that's probably a good thing. Or a good thing to mention. So I've been rebalancing the audio, because I needed to redo a lot of, like, the finer settings for this new Windows installation, as well as, like, inheriting Streamlabs, settings and 14 settings. So I did a quick test run earlier. It should be fine. But if anyone in the stream feels like, I don't know, things are out of whack or anything like that, just let me know. I'm also hopefully going to be getting some stuff that's going to improve the stream a little bit. Mostly a mic arm, and I'm probably going to shell out for the webcam as well, because I got a fair amount of gift cards over that time, or over the holiday, over Christmas, so that's going to happen too, but there's probably going to be some, like, further wrestling with technology in the next couple of weeks, like figuring out what to do. Also, stream schedule wise, I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I'm on holidays, but I don't know, like, I still need to figure out, I fucking lost it. I can't remember what I needed to figure out. Great. But yeah, schedule's going to be up in the air. Oh, right, because this is the first, like, actual test stream, or, like, full-length one. So it might turn out that I'm not happy with how things have come back, and I end up tweaking with things a bit longer, and yeah, I don't know when I'm going to be back to the regular schedule, or what I'm going to be doing over the holidays, but I'll figure it out. Eventually. And I think the webcam is, like, moved a fair bit in the computer's absence. And one final thing before I actually move on. It's going to be a conversation. It's going to be something I'm going to be talking about for probably the most of this stream. But I ended up just playing 14 on the PS4 as a bard. And suddenly a lot of how this game functions actually started clicking. And I have opinions on it, but we'll get to that. Anyway. Where were we? Immediately in a cutscene, apparently. Whoa. Whoa. Streamlabs, don't. Thank you. Something that's invisible to the stream right now just like dragged across the screen because I was trying to click off stuff. Well, for what, Aldine, Arenvald, that was a near thing. 9. I stand against the Kaliana. I think that's Kaliana. Oh god, the pronunciations I'm just gonna completely have forgotten. I got up to Heaven's Word with the character I was playing on PS4. Well, actually, I got up to the beginning of Stormblood. But yeah, I actually went through all of that. You know, just a casual 60 hours? 5 days? No, 120. No, 120. So yeah, apologies for the pronunciation. Brief indeed, had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... That's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass, we're all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. Be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of Kaliana, keeping their weapons, springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you need to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Y'shtola. We'd appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing here? I asked her to come. Like, she's literally the only other person in the building that has an echo-like power. That explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnford was right. The victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Almegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show our people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I wanted to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. It is a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth taking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Aldine, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it. Oh, yeah. So I've seen, like, probably a good minute of this cutscene. Well, actually 30 seconds, but...
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
summon a get up. I actually forgot how much I hate that goddamn outfit. Oh god. So I don't think I've seen past this bit here.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Rabon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
Okay, that was a lot more blunt than I was expecting.
But, Your Grace...
Rabon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Oh god, it's Omega! I think that's the most anime the writing has ever been in a scene like this. Like, other than some, like, really key moments with, like, you know, power of friendship stuff, like, at the end of ARR, a lot of stuff that happened, and some, like, moments here and there, I feel like there hasn't been the, like, solemn and serious, solemn, yeah, some of the solemn sides of anime writing, where it's, like, disagreements are kind of blown up in proportion, but they're not actually treated as such, where, like, so, like, the thing that comes to mind immediately in that scene was, Nanamo, like, basically, like, using words that implied, like, a great sense of betrayal by not telling her what's really going on, sort of thing, when it was really, like, this reluctance to show what he was truly thinking about possibly having to continue working in Uldar while Alamigo is rebuilt. And, like, everything in that was, like, accurate, but a lot of the way it was, or the way it was spoken about by Nanamo was it very much felt like the almost the "you betrayed me" sort of anime trope, but, like, in the way that it was blowing the situation up just a little bit, but the underlying kind of operation of the scene didn't. It's not necessarily a criticism, it's just, like, that's the first time I feel like I've noticed that in the scenes that aren't about the hero powering up or anything like that. And yeah, I really didn't expect Nanamo to actually be that blunt, but then again, the whole situation, like, came to a head because basically Ralban was kind of torn between the two. It's kind of unclear whether, if he was given the choice, which he would actually do, if he knew that Nanamo could handle things in Uldar, because obviously he says in that conversation that he's kind of concerned that something like what happened at the end of ARR might happen again. And I mean, he's right to be concerned. Like, even from our perspective, Nanamo has made strides in that area, but hasn't necessarily fully proven that she can, like, wield all the weapons that are available to her, as she put it. She can definitely negotiate with Lolorito, and maybe that's meant to be kind of symbolism for, like, how far she's come and how she's actually capable now. But I guess, like, one of the things that may happen in the future is that tensions are going to rise again in Uldar when it comes to some new prospect in the future, and that will be another test of whether Nanamo can really pull it together. And something I actually didn't even think about was that, yeah, like, there is actually a literal successor to Ralban that could head up the Immortal Flames and take a similar place within the power structure of Uldar, except maybe being a Syndicate member. I don't know how rich Pippin is. But yeah, Pippin. And there was that whole thing about, like, passing off one of Ralban's swords to him. And I was wondering where that was going to come up as clear, like, it's obvious it's a passing of the torch, but at that point in the story, nothing had really been explicitly stated that, well, it wasn't clear what was being passed on. And I guess, later in hindsight, it's, no, you pretty much acknowledge that Pippin is in the position to do well in your position, to do well as the General of the Immortal Flames in your place. Like, you didn't say he should be the General of the Immortal Flames, but you pass on his legacy to you. Or, sorry, you passed on your legacy to him. Yes, Pippin passed on his legacy to Ralban. That makes sense.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
One extra thought. I still think Nanamo is, like, one of my favorite characters in this game. Like I said, I feel like her transition into this position was a bit shorter than I would have liked. But perhaps that's going to be, like I said, that might be set up in the future for, like, well, tensions rise and you know, maybe Nanamo still has more to learn, but that's going to come to a head later on. I really like the idea of someone in power actually reckoning with their inability to actually make changes and how they kind of go about trying to resolve that. And maybe it's just because of this year in particular, but negotiating with Lolorito seems too generous to them. But then again, I mean, there are obviously circumstances where it could be definitely argued that, like, it's necessary to, but it's a step either way.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow.
That wasn't the important
No
thing.
shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
You were still blotting out influence. Like, come on, man. You gotta give yourself more credit than that.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project.
Oh, and that's why
she was
she's
in
here.
search of General Aldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope you were still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
That's good.
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Beatrice, Alphino, 'twas only a jest.
Yeah, I suppose this is the time for the big announcement.
But I must yield the floor to Raubarn. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
I feel like you'd have a higher place at the table than that, Raubarn. Come on.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Ooh. Ooh, Pippin. Oh no. That is not a joke to make. Oh my lord. Pippin, why? Holy shit.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor.
Apparently.
You, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So,
Do it, Lise.
does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubarn.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised.
What? Who, me? Don't worry about it.
Either you're more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch.
Yeah, a bit of both.
In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Yeah, like, all joking aside, Alamigo, or Raoban just returning to Uldar seems like a big mistake for, like, building Alamigo back up. He's shown to, like, have, like, a very intimate knowledge of the pain of the people, which Lys distinctly does not have, as we've seen earlier in the game. So it makes, like, just from, like, a political sense, it makes a lot of... It would be a damn shame if Raoban, was unavailable to help in that regard. I think it's about time I headed back to Ralgar's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alice will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you, if you've no objections. I welcome the company. Aline, why don't you come along to the Reach as well, once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Upon completion of this quest, you'll be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the Royal Menagerie attendant. Oh, nice. So basically I can get back up to where I am. Yeah, right. Wait, really? Oh, I thought I was going to get a quest objective to, like, talk to them, but seems my road has come full circle. I appreciate the support you showed, for my earlier decision, overall though it was. I must assume Father's responsibilities without delay, lest our rivals, both inside and outside Uldar, treat his dismissal as a window of opportunity. Rest assured, they will find Tizona's edge just as sharp in my hands. I have asked enough of you, Albine. My only words for you now are those of gratitude. Yeah, I guess I'm going back then. That's actually a good question. Where is my free port? In the locks. Where's my... Right. Oh. Okay. I think there's something I should bring up here now, because I can't think of anywhere else to actually bring it up. So like I said, I had actually been, I started up a third character to play on the PS4, played it as a bard, got all the way through to the end of Heavensward proper, or the entirety of Heavensward, and I revisited some of the events that happened in regarding the Warriors of Darkness. And something about this image struck me. So this is like a diamond shape, looks like a lot of other Aetherites, in the center of what appears to be 15 points surrounding it in a circle. 2 of those are like a very big yellow and a very big blue point. And 13 others. There were 13 other realms, or reflections of the source. And the diamond shape there looks suspiciously similar to Hydaelyn. And one of the things that's been floating in my mind as I get closer to Shadowbringers is, how do we get to the point... Oh, okay. I guess I actually haven't mentioned, like, explicitly what I saw in marketing material for Shadowbringers, but definitely seems like you're fighting beings of light instead of darkness. You know, I don't know where the story goes. I don't know where in the series event that occurs, but that definitely seems to be a thing. And it makes me wonder how we get to the point that we need to fight them off. Now, the reason that the Warriors of Darkness ended up in a situation where light was making their world a void was that there was an imbalance of light and dark. And as a result, the Warriors of Light just won outright. And then their world fell to light. but we're at the source, and I don't think there's been much made of, like, the degree to which light and dark are imbalanced, or what the rejoinings have to do with that. Because it seems to stand to reason that if a realm that is, say, really high in light or dark is rejoined back with the source, then proportionally then that becomes more of the source of Hydaelyn and Zodiark's powers. I don't exactly know how it works, because obviously we haven't really gotten into that stuff, which probably gets covered a bit more in the Shadowbringers, or I just missed a lot of it. But if our world isn't the one that falls to light, are we gonna go realm hopping? Or dimension hopping? I forget the word they actually use for this. But, yeah, this looks suspicious every time I look at it now, because, yeah. Maybe we go star hopping, who knows? Anyway, I just needed to get that off my chest, because, like, there's no other place that I could, like, talk about that. Yeah, because I'm, like, really curious as to the events that lead us into that, and maybe something does happen here that kind of, like, leads into that more, or maybe there's an imbalance of light here, and thus we need to fight it somewhere else. Like, there's a number of ways we could do it. But the main thing being that the Warriors of Light and Darkness and the Ascians' abilities to leave the world they were in, we have not used it yet, despite us having the Echo. Question mark? I don't think I need to complete that sentence, but it would be very weird if that never got paid off in our favor at some point. Man, I feel really slow. Oh, I guess I didn't hit sprint, but I've also been playing a bard who has, like, 2 movement abilities that they can stack on themselves. So I'm definitely going to feel slow. Oh, there's Alisaie. Well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed, well, everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Y'shtola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kaliana. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. Looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. I mean, wasn't the whole problem that they were tempered? Like, the way that was portrayed early on in the game is that, like, you would serve your god above all else, and, like, does that mean that they can't be... Oh my god, sorry, I just completely random, out of nowhere, I just realized why the kerning on the B was never like that. On the D in Hildebrand was never like that. It's because I put an exclamation mark at the end. That's better. It's a bit off center now, but oh shit. Nah, fuck it. It's fine. Don't fiddle with it. But yeah, like, the whole point of that was that, like, they're just gonna serve their god over all else. Like, even if it was possible to negotiate with them, it, like... oh, well, and I guess it might be partly due to the flawed perspective of the people in this world, but, like, they've just, like, tempered individuals have just been put to death before, like... And I don't know if... Maybe I'm again mixing up, like, the tribe names with, like, the specific, group names. But I thought the Kaliana were the ones that explicitly, worshipped Sri Lakshmi and were tempered. I could be wrong about that, but... yeah, I don't know. But someone has to make an effort of reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. I mean, if we learnt nothing else from Heavensward. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. Just have to watch and wait. Oh, and I guess, like, to be very specific, I'm not saying that, like, negotiation is impossible with the Kalyana, because, like, as was just noted, the Kalyana are diverse in thought enough that, you know, some could be a bit more, passive in their worship and want to summon, much like, you know, a lot of the beast tribes have very different reasons for summoning their gods and what would actually trigger that. Some do it aggressively, some do it very passively, and some would only do it as a last resort. Yeah, I guess, like, the thing I was thinking of was, like, I wasn't sure if they were actually confusing all the Ananta with the Kalyana, but I guess the point more there from Lys was that no, like, they're not all a hive mind like the Nath, for example. Like, they do have diversity of thought, and some are going to be more passive than others. Yeah. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. We plan to have resistance scouts keep track of Kalyana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the Resistance army, out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. There it is. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups. When Conrad passed his command to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralgar's reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesperson at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Ralban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed. He's in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nammo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to keep our promises. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Yay. Oh. Detachable arm optional. Okay. Oh. Meanwhile. Did he make it to land? Oh, shit. I do give thanks to the Kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there, their generosity ended. With our coins in our pocket for new attire, we are doomed to look just like... Oh, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. Surely someone would recognize him at this point. Like... Okay. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? Hmm? More sweetbreads? I surrender my blade to secure what few coins we have. That's... Oh, man. I just had a really interesting thought about these two. So, Gesetsu is a person who is, like, tunnel-visioned on their duty. Like, 100%. Like, literally threw his life away to protect people in order for that, well, not just for the honor, but for the goals and ideals that he has in front of him. Now, this specific situation, Gesetsu is like, why in the fuck are you spending the only money we have on sweets? I literally gave up my last valuable possession to do that, or to get you that coin. And it's not Yotsuyu's total character, but one of the things that very much, like, aesthetically defines her is a, more indulging in luxury in a few respects. And I wonder, like, there could be a really interesting thing happening here where, like, Yotsuyu is like, yeah, we're, like, poor and, like, we're in trouble, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy anything. We don't just put literally everything we have into the one thing forever. Like, we need to take a break, more or less. That would be an interesting angle to take on this, and have, like, Gesetsu grow and acknowledge that, like, well, okay, maybe the one thing I want to do with my life and the one person I want to serve, or my honor, and that isn't the entirety of my world. Or it doesn't have to be, at least. Oh, Bart's like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden, I shall never know. But I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come, Tsuyu. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. That's also if I believe that Yotsuyu is going to have, like, a genuine thing here and isn't just, like, I don't know, trying to meddle with things as she can. Have you heard the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. I haven't seen that helmet before. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded and that he was already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head regardless. Guys, we were literally in a situation where someone had died and no one checked their goddamn pulse. And it was orchestrated that way. And it was pointed out that we specifically hadn't done that. Are you fucking telling me the same group of people didn't check that the guy who tried to kill himself actually died? Shut the fuck up. Nay, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and, above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. Or this could be a moment of misinformation, too. We are obviously dealing with what is very, has a lot of, like, parallels to, the Roman Empire, but also some, like, obvious, like, totalitarian and fascist kind of, leadership, so it's not out of the purview. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. Someone dressed in white? There wasn't really anything about that outfit that stood out to me, but yeah. Tidings from the east. Lise has tidings to share with you. Aldine, great timing. I was about to send word to the Scions. I've got lots to tell you. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice it to say, we're in good hand. God damn it, Lise. Having the Bull of Alamigo at the helm's done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the streets when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he'd never have contemplated following his heart. The Council has also decreed that we're to maintain a presence at Ralgar's Reach. Lise will continue to lead our forces in the Fingers, or in the Fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly. Bit too tirelessly, some might say. Constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. Yeah. I believe that. That's an exaggeration. I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now. Not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a close eye on Kalyana, and it looks like they've chosen a new leader. It's, Shanti's daughter. You know, the half-dead one. For whatever reason, Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. Jesus Christ, that's bleak. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been reaching out to $4. She still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up trying to ignore me. May only be the good odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. Aldine, there you are. What's up? Alvino, Alizé, is everything alright? We've received word from Tataru. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't say. Only that we should come to Kugane right away. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alizé is determined to make it a party of 3. Oh, nothing wrong with that. As I've told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed, and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, I may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister. I have quite given up trying to convince you. That is a very dismissive way of saying that, Alphino. You could, like, acknowledge that, yes, she would still be useful, instead of just dismissing her like that. I've been having conversations with people about little, like, little conversational things like that, where a person will acknowledge something, but in the most, like, backhanded way possible. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You'll be joining us, I trust. Yeah, of course. Huh. I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle for cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you, Lise. Rest assured, should this business prove to be even tangential concern to Alamigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hancock and Tataru wait us at the Ruby Bazaar offices. That's going to cost me $1,000 in teleport fees, because I don't think there's an easy way for me to hang on a sec. How did we get there last time? I feel like we left from Limsa, which is as expensive, so I might as well just go straight there. tell you what, being able to use a mouse and keyboard again is really nice. Having played, like, 14 for a month with just a PS4 controller was an experience. Not the ruby price. Bizarre. At least we get to see Totaro again, too. Greetings, honored sir. May I show you in? Absolutely. Alright, you two. What are you up to? Probably seeing Gesetsu by the sound of it. There's Lady Yugiri.
My friends, thank you for coming at such short notice.
We were told the matter was urgent. I take it Yugiri and Soroban are also involved?
My presence here is but a happy coincidence. I am come on separate business, which can wait.
My apologies. Master Hancock, pray, tell our friends exactly what you told me.
Of course, of course. Some few days ago, a large detachment of soldiers was seen arriving at the Garlean embassy. This seemed to me most unusual, as no personages of note are due to visit for a matter of months. So, I made a few inquiries, whereupon I learned of a most curious rumor. Apparently, the soldiers were dispatched to Kugane to investigate recent sightings of a certain individual. The late acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma, Yotsuyu.
I beg your pardon?
Right. Yeah.
I too am loath to believe it. I saw the keep come down on top of her. We all did.
Well, we didn't see the body, which is
I would
something
not presume
that,
to question your eyewitness accounts, nor am I one to take rumors at face value. The fact is, the Garleans have no knowledge of what took place at Doma Castle. They may well be chasing after a woman who merely resembles Yotsuyu. But a woman who resembles Yotsuyu in the company of a grizzled Rogadan samurai? I dare say that thickens the plot.
Oh, so he is a Rogadan. I was gonna say, like, one thing I realized, like, when I ran into, Gesetsu at the end of Heavensward, was that, like, most Rogadan don't have, like, the generic human skin tone that he has. Like, or at least I can't think of one. There might be examples of it, and I just don't know. I also haven't created a Rogadan, so, like, I don't know what character customization options there are, and whether that is unique to him or not. But yeah, like, I was wondering, is he, like, I can't remember the name of it, because it's so close to human, it may as well just be human. But I wasn't sure if he was just, like, a human with a Rogadan, like, build, or if he was actually a Rogadan. But I guess that confirms it then.
Gosetsu! He's alive!
While I've no conclusive proof, I thought that such a possibility warranted your attention.
It certainly does.
Have you informed Lord Hien?
Because that also gives because, like, from their perspective, that also gives credence to the idea that maybe Yotsuyu survived, because if like, Gesetsu could, then... And, Soroban didn't find their bodies either. Like, that was explicitly said. And I remember saying at the time that, like, well, we didn't find the bodies, so...
Well, I think we'd all like to believe the old pair survived.
Indeed. While I dare not give myself wholly to hope, I will not deny that I have prayed for such a miracle ever since that fateful day. But regardless of my personal feelings, if the Empire has seen fit to pursue these rumors so vigorously, we can scarce afford to ignore them.
That's very true. if the Empire has deemed this like accurate enough to investigate, probably worth looking into it ourselves.
I am bound by duty to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will you join me in this quest? Thank you. If Gorsetsu yet lives, he will need our help if he is to avoid capture.
Gosetsu is a dear friend, and we cannot abandon him to the mercy of the Empire. Our course is clear. Hancock, is there aught else you can tell us?
Alas not. But I have taken the liberty of employing one of the finest informants money can buy. You shall have the latest intelligence on the Garlean's movements, and more besides.
I never like it when he smiles. I always feel like there's something to this he's not telling us. The informant awaits your pleasure in the back streets of Sanjo Hanamachi. From its shining facade to its dark underbelly, a few know Kugane as intimately as he. One of the finest informants money can buy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Permit me to assist you in your quest, friends. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to sail. I'll give Soroban a hand. If he's providing us a ship, the least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado then, let us seek out this informant in Sanjo Hanamachi. I wonder if it's gonna be, like, the way Alizé, sorry. Oh, Jesus. The way Alizé was like, I don't know about this, makes me think that it's gonna be someone we know. And I feel like the only person we know that's been associated, like, deeply associated with money since we've been here is that, I forget the name of the race, but, like, the little fish person that, like, I think we had to chase them at some point? Oh no, we had to run away from the Empire, or the Imperial troops after we got cornered by them tipping the soldiers off. I really miss having, what is it? Perio. I don't even remember the name of it now. The ranged support ability. Playing as a bard was really fun. And it was probably a good choice to play on the PS4, because I can just like run around and hit buttons and there's no cast times or anything. I'll tell you what though, I was actually really close to like starting my 4th character, since I didn't have access to Stormblood on there, and it would have cost me like a lot more money to do. And I was not looking forward to playing a Thaumaturge on a PS4 controller. This should be the place. Now we wait and see who comes. It has been a while, my friends. Yes, yes, a long while indeed. I was right, wasn't I? Yep. I knew it. Gyodo, any funny business and you know what'll happen, I trust? No funny business. Only loyal service and the finest quality information. Of course, such quality does not come cheap. No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you think we were born yesterday? I've half a mind to call lease. No lease, I beg you. No boots, I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searches for Yotsuyu, high and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information. And you had decisive information? Were the 2 individuals cited here indeed Gosetsu and Yotsuyu? Alas, see them with my own eyes I did not. but the Imperials are confident. Yes, yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But here is something they do not know. A rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elderly Rogadan samurai appeared on Kugane Dori with a beauteous maiden and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. It was no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship. Well, that is interesting, assuming it's true. Did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question? No. Regrettably, I do not have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku Shichiten. Now, why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I'd think he'd lent you money. He will help you, I am certain. While you speak with him, I will make contact with my Gallian connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure. But is it wise to let the Namazu out of our sight? I mean, yeah, what choice do we have? No other choice but this, and a fine choice it is. Though I'm adept at gathering information, it is so much more efficient to share the work. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up. And so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiency like a little supervision. Alize, I feel like revealing yourself to Imperial spies, or like the Garleans here, is probably not a good idea. Yes. We will go together, and there will be no boots. Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katana. Shall we reconvene at the pier later on? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe Alize has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? Why are we getting a greeting from that? It seems like such a basic, gesture, too. Really weird that it took this long to actually get. The Sword in the Stone. Green tea set. Cannot be retrieved once used, can be used up to 10 times. Far more bitter than its black counterpart, green tea is by far the beverage of choice in Far Eastern Doma. To offset the sharpness of the flavor, it is often accompanied by something sweet, such as sticky rice cakes. Vit bonus, gear durability bonus, experience bonus, duration. Duration can be extended. Yeah, just like the other consumables. Everything in order? Then let us proceed to Kugane Dori and find the master of Shofuku Shichiten. I think I pronounced that all reasonably well, but I don't know. It's been so long since I've learnt or spoken Japanese or any other Asian languages, for that matter. I didn't have a look at the closest thing. Oh, just the Ruby Bazaar. That will do. There's our person. Rogan and Samurai and a Maiden? Never seen him. Now, if you don't have any business with me, make way for someone who does. This doesn't seem to be the pawnbroker you seek. We might have had customers like those you describe. So many people come through here, it's difficult to remember. Perhaps you could jog my memory by making a purchase? No? Well, you can't blame a woman for trying. Doesn't seem to be the pawnbroker you seek. I think that was everyone in the main street, so looks like it covers the back area here, which doesn't look to have anyone. God, you could hear that laugh from a mile away. yeah, there's a back street here as well, isn't there? Okay. Yeah, like, going any further is not where I need to be going. And I only saw that... Oh, actually, no, there's one back there that I didn't see. How the fuck did I miss you? Welcome, good sir, welcome. Will you be buying, or... Ah, so you've heard tale of the Rogadin Samurai's katana. Small wonder, it is a fine example of its kind. One moment. Ah, here we go. Oh, shit, there it is. Dare I hope you have found our pawnbroker? Excellent work, Aldine. And that is the katana. There can be no doubt. It is Gasetsu's blade. Craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you'll be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. Should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof of Gasetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return. Yet it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. Yeah, no, I'll pay. Straight up. Nay, my friend. Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gasetsu is alive and well. I mean, the alternative is just to lose the katana, but... Yugiri, wait. The Scions will buy the katana. Pray, consider it a gift. Master Alfino, your kindness is touching, truly. I wonder if that's just so you wouldn't actually have to shell out any money to complete this quest. Like Yugiri just straight up, like, deflects you because otherwise, like, otherwise you in character would just sink gold into something that doesn't do literally anything. Fuck. I don't know. Yet in matters of coin, would Mistress Tairu not expect to be consulted? Ah, come now. Our friend would never have relinquished his blade were the need not great, and we are not bound by and are we not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are. I'm sure Tataru will wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then. You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so kind as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. Were you literally not listening to literally anything we have been talking about just now? I feel like this person would be like, I'm gonna add a few zeros to this sword, because, it seems pretty damn valuable. If I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum than this pretty young companion began clamouring for dango. I duly recommended those served at Yumineko Tea House, and thither did they set off. Clamouring for dango? Can these truly be the same people? Makes no sense. Some manner of code, perhaps? But it avails us naught to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail. Yotsuyu was definitely acting weird, and I don't know if I want to read that as that's potentially a different person. Yotsuyu's like lost her memory or something. Yeah, I don't know how I want to read that just yet. I don't care about that. But of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you've ever seen, scoffing down Dango as if her life depended on it, while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'd wager. Albeit from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her across the Ruby Sea, out of the reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shirakaze hostelry, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. So Gosetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yotsuyu. Setsu's trail leads to the sea, and that is where Yugiri would go. While doubts remain over the identity of Gosetsu's travelling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier, and make ready to sail. With luck, Alize will have already joined Master Soroban and Mr. Stataru there. Like, one of the really immediate differences I felt within minutes was, of playing the PS4 version, was, like, little convenience features, like being able to target, like, with the mouse, and, like, being able to, like, very quickly zoom in and out on a mini-map like this. Oh, man. There's a lot of things I'm really appreciating now that I'm back playing PC. Excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Alize arrived mere moments ago. All went well at my end. Gyoto met with an Imperial officer and wheeled his way to some new information. It seems the troops who recently arrived in Kugane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperials based here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they picked up Gosetsu's trail. Then your information matches ours. We are quite certain that Gosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You use Scion funds to buy Gosetsu's katana at the asking price. Tataru's gonna ream him for, like... Didn't you fucking barter with him? Like, negotiate? Are you... Aye, well, we were in some haste and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here is a contract of sale. Pray see that the man is paid. Fucking Alphino, oh my god. Souls, beard, you agreed to this? Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. Alphino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call upon you as soon as I return. Oh, Alphino, you naive. First, let us go to the Ruby Price. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen him. I love that that's Tataru's superpower now, is just, like, master of negotiation and financials. So, like, Alphino just being like, yeah, here's the money, we need it right away. Tataru's just like... Oh, Lord help me. The kid doesn't know how to bloody barter. Oh, sorry, haggle. Haggle. That was the word I was looking for. God. Tataru seemed rather vexed, did she not? Ever the melodramatist. I'm sure our finances can stretch to a single sword. Wait, did you, like, read how much the price was? That really sounds like he was just, yeah, don't worry about it. See that the man is paid, and, like, didn't look at the fucking price of what he, agreed to? Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. Ah, but I digress. We have to We have work to do. Okay, actually though, I'm gonna be really disappointed if like Alphino doesn't come out of the talk with Hataru with some learnt lesson, because this is very condescending. Like, it was a good laugh before, but now Alphino is acting like, I mean, the value of, like, oh, but there's value in, like, you know, reaching out to one other person and giving as we can. It's like, Alphino, you got scammed into buying a blade for 100 times its worth. You're just being dumb. You can't flip that away with just being altruistic. You could have got it for cheaper. Alright. Potentially first... Well, no, it's absolutely going to be combat here, but first bit of combat for coming back to PC with my summoner now.
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries.
Well... Are these the Imperials? Oh no. Oh,
What's
no,
going
it's
on up there?
Yeah. God, I forgot who these guys were for a sec.
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
Wait, have we seen these people before? I feel like Ikaruga was the name of a character I ran into previously, but I guess I could be wrong.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless...
Unless Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them, while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Come.
Wait, he doesn't even have Alizé's blessing. Like, she would actually make more sense to, like... Fucking idiot.
An opening. Your defense is lacking. Leave this to me.
Oh god, I haven't even summoned the bloody... God, that was bad timing. I should have known there was more to that, but... I was excited to hit the Bahamut button. That really does not feel like Yotsuyu.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us.
Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Is he all right?
Gozetsu!
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan. Eliminate hostiles. All forces, attack!
Bring it. Oh, I hate how this fucking ability works. Oh, why did I do that? Alright, we did it. Oh. Oh, great. Come on. No, no, no. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh dear.
The art of my forebears.
What? Oh, they're just kind of bleeding in now. Ooh, this is getting a bit,
Focus. Release!
Whew. That was a long one. Is he, like, injured or something? Oh, he might just be exhausted, to be honest.
Gosetsu, thank the heavens.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Yeah, Gosetsu, what the fuck?
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
Do you not recognize us?
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Yes.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time?
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the foe. Though she survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories.
Right.
Speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. And I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard.
Yeah, if there's one other person in this group of people that would have not taken that, like, just straight up, it would be Gosetsu. So the fact that he's actually on the side of no, this actually happened is kind of remarkable.
Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
Well, so this is an interesting situation. And it kind of shows, like, if you have discussions like this with people, you'll quickly see, like, who thinks that, like, oh, okay, hang on, I'm getting ahead of myself. So this comes down to an interesting, like, discussion of, if someone perpetrates a crime, and something after that happens that basically, like, resets them to past life, removes all their memories, like, makes them a different person, whatnot. Can you still punish that person? Or rather, should you? And what often, the divide that often comes up in this situation is, should punishment be for the sake of punishment, or should it be for, like, rehabilitation purposes? This is a discussion that comes up when it comes to, like, discussions of the role of, like, prison and things like that in society. Like, is it meant to be a punishment, or is it meant to be rehabilitation? And it would not surprise me if Doma is more on the punishment side of things, because no, that is that person, that someone needs to pay for that sort of thing. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if the trope for honor reached that kind of point, or reached that logical endpoint of this kind of situation. But I wonder if anyone's actually going to make the observation that, like, well, if the point is to stop her from doing the things she's done in the past, she's not going to do them. She has forgotten her memory. But then again, I think what Tansui here is pointing out is, like, if I'm being charitable, is that if those ever come back and she does regain who she was, are you still going to do it? Also, hi, Charles. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself in the middle of that thought. Otherwise, I'd lose it.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
Yikes. I mean, if you want to take on the Garleans by yourself again, bro, and not have our hope, then not have our help, then all right, we'll pay the tithe then. As Tansui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yotsuyu to be seen here. Miss your face. It has been a while since my face has been on anything. I just wish it wasn't as warm a day as it is, because, like, I'm sweating my fucking ass off right now, and my hair is, like, just a goddamn mess. Let's go see if I'm right. But yeah, it is good to be back. Tentatively. Because, like, the fault in the internet was never officially solved, it was just kind of gone. So, like, who the fuck knows? Give me your heat, I'll give you cold weather. That, I welcome that trade. I am, it's like, what is it right now? 26 degrees Celsius. I can't remember what that is in, Fahrenheit. 9/5, so almost double. Minus a few. It's probably like 80, I think. 26 degrees to Fahrenheit. 78. I was close. Really close, actually. Holy shit. It's almost like 0 Celsius here. Oof. Yikes. Nah, if there's anything I hate more than, like, warm weather or, like, weather that's way too hot, it's weather that's way too cold. Gasetsu, thank goodness thank the gods you're safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. It was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Aldine is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me. We need to talk about her. Greetings? You tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine. But I want to know something. I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off you. Not for a moment. I wonder if Gasetsu has explained, or I wonder if anyone has explained to her who she was. These people are strange. Are you sure they're your friends? It really seems like no one's kind of explained it to her. I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have naught to fear. Alright, if you say so. Right. 'Tis past time we set sail. I, for one, would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause. Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Lest you forget, the Red Koshin bear no love for Yotsuyu either. Shall deliver you to familiar shores near Izari, but out of the village's sight. But then again, like, in fiction, it's always weird to kind of figure out who can overhear what. And especially in a conversation like that, you'd think Yotsuyu would be like, wow, they're all talking about me like I did really fucking awful things. And, like, that would cause some, like, discussion between her and Gasetsu. But the way she talks to Gasetsu about them makes it sound like she's not hearing literally anything that's being discussed between them. It's not necessarily this game's fault. It is sometimes difficult to, like, delineate between, like, when a conversation is, like, only between the two people talking, or a part of a conversation that a group can hear, or if certain individuals can't actually hear what's going on. Like, you tend to try and describe that in, like, subtle terms with, like, blocking and body language and stuff like that. But obviously in a video game, you're kind of... You're given a lot of power to mess with that, but also at the same time, you're given not as much because, like, you only have a certain amount of, like, general gestures you can make in the scenes that you don't have full control over the character model. I'm actually gonna talk to her. We're going to that village. They might have Dango. Fucking one-track mind for sweets. Here is where we part ways, my friends. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully. Aldine, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. Ooh. Promises to be extremely lucrative. And I do not say so lightly. After the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face. They both look at Alphino. Charles, I don't know if you were here, but we were looking for Gasetsu's katana, which he sold for money because the two of them basically ended up in a town without any coin. He sold this katana to a pawnbroker, and Alphino basically came across it and went, okay, yep, I'll buy it at asking price. And Tataru, who's become, like, the financial wizard of the team, has gone, like, You bought that at asking price? You didn't haggle at all? And it's like, there's been rare occasions to actually show that Tataru has, like, really become an intimidating figure when it comes to that aspect of her character. Because there was that whole thing, like, throughout some of the expansions that, like, she's physically weaker, she can't use magic, like, she doesn't feel like she offers much to the team, but then becoming this, like, this coordinating, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, this high-level coordinating financial officer within the Scions, and being, like, really fucking good at that. That there's been only a few occasions that that's actually manifested. One of which is, like, Hancock being like... Or Tataru turning to Hancock and, like, staring him down, like, go on, do the thing. And him, like, being clearly like, yes, ma'am, and, like, running off. This might be another one of those situations, and I really hope they don't undercut it with Alphino being a dismissive little shit, because, unfortunately, that's the only response he's had to this situation so far. But I do like how they're building this up, though. Oh, come along, Tataru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Why is no one else laughing? Far more than you think, plainly. Blade like Gosetsu's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. Good. I'm glad he's getting reprimanded for this. This business venture of Soroban's, you will give it fair hearing, I trust. He has been good to us after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. So you should. I mean, look, I offered. I'm sitting on a mill, like, I could easily do that. What? An auspicious encounter. Oh, so it's a side quest. Oh, that kind of sucks. Elation and trepidation. Yuri is eager to see Gosetsu safely back to their master. We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray follow as swiftly as you are able, and join me on the outskirts of Namai. I wonder if I should just take up this quest anyway. Because if Tataru is part of it, like, I will obligate myself... I will force myself to be obligated to complete this, but I might as well pick up the quest, at least. You would know more of my venture? Excellent. I shall be glad to tell you all I know. Though perhaps it would be easier to let our anonymous client speak for his or herself. Here, their missive. For the Ruby Sea and all who call her home, we seek the aid of the warrior who laid low the Lord of the Revel. But first, we bid him make haste to Hell's Lid and quell the Oni that dwell in its deepest depths. Should he succeed in this test, we shall speak of the true endeavour and consummate reward. A strange proposal, aye, though it must be noted that they knew both of your deeds and of our part of them. The Red have no love of trickery, so I doubt it a trap of theirs, and should this client have honest intentions, then for the sake of these warders, it may behoove us to engage them further. As for their test, enclosed with the missive was a magicked dagger, along with instructions as to how it may be used to open us hidden passage into the depths of Hell's Lid. I should mention that this dagger is old and exceedingly valuable, that our client was willing to entrust it to us without a guarantee of our cooperation bespeaks considerable wealth, and more importantly, considerable reward. If you are willing to undertake their trial, I shall journey to Hell's Lid and prepare to open the path. But given the financial incentive, I think it for the best if I went and fetched Miss Tataru. Wait for us there, then. Where is that exactly? Oh, it's on the south end of the thing. Okay. And where are we going? Right, we're going to Yangsha. Yeah, well, that's something I could do, I guess, in the off time. I don't know when I'm gonna hit. I don't know when I'm gonna hit another MSQ dungeon, so I could just have that in the background and do that. God, it's good to fly around here. All is well. Good. The others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed. Quietly, if you please. Oh. So no flying bird? Oh, we're just here now.
My lord Ian, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since. Gorsetsu, full glad am I to see you alive and well.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complication.
That's one way of phrasing it.
Rise, my friend. Tell me everything. The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Oh, so there might even be some incentive for us to actually try and make her remember, because she could actually help us with the Garleans. Oof, okay.
Nay, it will end with her capture, or her death.
Yep.
Are you a friend, too?
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say? Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time. Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
No, I don't want to. Don't let her take me away!
It's all right, Soyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl, and listen to Yugiri.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
Yeah, that's for sure. Thank you for delivering Gosetsu back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who have journeyed to the other side of the world to help us, and repeatedly at that. We have much and more to think upon, but as regards the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, seeing as you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave. I would not have you thinking we've been idle in your absence. The rebuilding effort proceeds apace, I'm pleased to say, and we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who were displaced by the war. Should they so desire it, there is a place here for those who fled to Eorzea. We should be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Hien, and I have no doubt that your subjects at Revenant's Toll will be heartened to hear that their lord has not forgotten them. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought the Gosetsu and Yugiri would be back by now. What the fuck now? Forgive me, my lord, but Captain Hifuya, I think that's how he pronounced it? I actually didn't catch how he said it, because it sounded very much like the J and I were almost silent. It's almost like he said Hifuya. Is nowhere to be found. Oh. He was here when I arrived. For now, we have taken Yotsuyu to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post with nary a word. That does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we would be happy to assist you. Yeah, that seems pretty important. We should be glad of the help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you will be able to better coordinate our response. And there I was thinking I was in charge. But you have the right of it. Go on then. I will mind the house. I mean, we have no reference point for the disappearance, and we don't know if... I could probably assume with some certainty that the Garleans haven't... or the Garleans that were attacking the Confederacy didn't make their way here. I guess the question is, would the captain have... or, like, if it's Garlean related, I guess, which is a pretty big assumption as is. You see, the captain, he passed a little while ago. I wonder if I should tell someone as it happened. I wondered if I should tell someone as it happens. He did not look well, you see. I asked if aught was the matter, and he told me that the past had caught up with him. But I doubt it was that. There are older men in our ranks. Oh, well, I mean, depending on the person. But that does seem passing strange. Kaidate. Captain Ifuya. He was headed for the northern entrance when I last saw him. I was going to invite him to train with us, but he did not hear me call out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty will be able to tell you more. Indeed, I suggested as much to Mistress Elisay when she came asking earlier. Is something amiss? Oh boy. Hi, the captain went outside some few bells ago, looking quite unwell, I'm sorry to say. This I mentioned to Lord Gosetsu, who straight away struck out after him. I hope they will be alright. Gosetsu too? Seems everyone is bent on joining the search. It's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. You go on, Aldine. Alfino and I shall hold the fort. Is there a sky there? Yep, sweet. Ooh, that seems bad.
By the Kami! Your Lord Hien, leave me, I beg of you. Say nothing of this. I was never here.
Okay, please explain though?
There you are.
Lady Yugiri, Lord Gosetsu, forgive me, my abrupt disappearance.
You have your reasons, I am sure. Will you not share them?
I was her master, when she was yet a courtesan.
Oh. Okay. That was not what I was expecting.
She worked in my establishment. Her father was a regular client of mine. One day, quite without preamble, he offered to sell her to me. Yeah, she may be no maiden, he said, but she has some use left in her.
Oh god, I forgot how fucking awful Yotsu's backstory
When I first
is.
beheld her, I was struck by her beauty. And yet, behind her eyes there was an emptiness. It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman.
And not like awful as in written badly, I mean awful as in dark. Like, this is some heavy fucking shit.
It was no profession for her. But I knew she would be popular. And so it proved. Men flocked to drown themselves in that cold, bottomless gaze. The rest you know. She became an Imperial informant, and for her loyal service won the office of acting Viceroy.
While you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became.
This is not inaccurate.
Joining the front was meant to be my atonement. But the truth is, I am a coward, whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
Oh, okay, so he probably saw her come through and was like, oh fuck, and then just left.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yugiri?
I mean, yeah, he probably has a conflicted interest in this situation, so...
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
Yeah.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Gosetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
I mean, there's a fair argument to be made that, like, ensuring she doesn't become the monster she was again is kind of an important thing. Not only for just people not experiencing her wrath again, but also to prevent a person from slipping into that. Or, sorry, that's not the way I wanted to say that. But to give her a second chance and not, like, spend the rest of her life just hiding away, rotting as the days go by, you know? And I mean, obviously, it's probably clear on which side of this kind of situation I fall on, where, like, if this person's, like, lost their memories and is essentially a different person, then, yeah, it's a different person. Like, it doesn't make sense to hold grudges against them. I guess there is kind of the angle that has been established of whether or not she's acting or not, and in that regard there's some precaution that probably needs to be taken, but yeah. Forgive me, now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others. Let's see if I can get into that gap in the ground again. I feel like I came up from above, like here-ish. Oh yeah, there it is. I think. Yeah, nice. it's really goofy being able to fly in here. Thank you for your help in the search. Kasetsu has told me all that transpired. I would not presume to defend the life of Yufuya, defend the life that Yufuya led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it's not my place to judge. I will only say this. The Yufuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee speaks to the depth of his terror. Even now, Yotsuyu casts a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with her must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. Oh, goody. The Empire is on the move, and Hien would not be caught on the back foot. While you were out searching for Ifuya, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman's soil. Our visitor's objective remains unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu, or a prelude to invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed and appears bound for Castrum Fluminis. I mean to go there and ascertain their intent. Didn't hit the mute button quick enough, sorry. If we ride out in force, it will only end one way, so we shall keep our numbers to a minimum. Yuguri, Aldine, can I count on you? Yes, my lord. Hell yeah. Alize and I would fain play... Oh, thanks, Charles. Alize and I would fain play our part as well. We will not stand idly by while a common foe threatens the land of our friends and allies. We would be glad of the help. You are acquainted with Hakuro, I believe. Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order in the Enclave. When the people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them, and should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well, we shall depart at once. Do take care. What of me, my lord? The Empire may well be after Yotsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return. As you wish. Right, stay close to Aldine and Yugiri. Well. Guard duty and not a breath of protest. Now I've seen it all. To Castrum Fluminis, then. Let us find out what the Empire's game is. I forget which Castrum that is. I'm gonna look on the map. I'm gonna take a break in just a second to, What? Oh, that's a different thing. Oh, yeah, I remember that place. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I remember where that is now. Yeah, there's a small, there was a small outpost out here. For some reason I was thinking, like, oh, is that, like, one of these unknown parts of the map? But no, it's one of the places we've been to before. Yeah, so I'm going to take a quick break just to get some, more water and whatnot. And then I will be right back. Okie dokie, just a minute. And back. That's good. Sorry, thought I'd open one of my Christmas presents, because fuck it. Righty then. Oh. Actually. Before we get started. It's actually gotten a lot cooler outside, so hopefully I can cool this room down if I just open the window a little. It doesn't look like that's really, well, the light, what bit of light is there is really throwing off the lighting, so that's good. Right, we're flying out to Castrum. Oh shit, it's just open right here. Nice. Even if it's just a canyon wall out in that direction. I'm really curious how far through Stormblood I am right now. Like, if I were to guess, I would assume I'm in, like, 0.1? Maybe 0.2? Or, like, the latter half of 0.1? I don't know how many patches there were for this. It seems like there seem to be an average of, like, 4 or 5. And whether or not all of those actually have, like, MSQ additions, I'm not 100% sure, so... Don't know how much story we've got left before we get to Shadowbringers. The area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the castrum. Doesn't that sound like it's a really great way of getting surrounded? Maybe that's just me. The question is, which airship is it? Does that look like the one the fucking Emperor was in? Uh-oh. That doesn't look... Is that a signal?
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
Interesting. He's Doma.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
He was the one in the cutscene before where someone was discussing, like, the idea that Xenos hadn't actually been killed. I wonder if he's acting alone.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
Plenipotentiary. I'm glad I heard that before I tried to pronounce it.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan and Yotsu's stepbrother.
Oh.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady. It is true, the former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy.
Okay.
Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, His Radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice.
Really?
To negotiate peace with Doma.
Wow, I do not trust this at all.
Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
Gladly, my lord.
That was a weirdly speedy cutaway. Yeah, storm on the horizon is right. Talk to Maxima here. Lord Heian is magnanimous in victory. Given our nation's troubled history, we did not expect such hospitality. Yeah. It's kind of deserved. We shall escort our guests across the river to the Enclave. Yugiri, pray go on ahead to the Yuzuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. I am very curious. Well, obviously, I mean, that's kind of the... Like, it's almost redundant for me to say that when a scene comes up who's basically like, here's an Empyrean who has ties to Doma, and he's negotiating peace on behalf of the Emperor. Like, there's going to be some concession to this, I almost guarantee you. Like, Doma has to stand with the Garleans to, like, negotiate this peace. And in the off chance that, like, it's actually a bit more magnanimous than that, what the fuck kind of angle are they going to be playing at? I wonder if this goes back that far. Oh, it goes back right to the start. Okay, hold on a sec. Wonder if I can find... Oh, shit. What? Oh, I passed it. Fuck. Right, because they're at the docks. Right, well, just a second. I want to see if I can find something real quick. gonna see if I can find that discussion. Oh, hang on. No. It was before we got to the whole thing about Yotsuyu. Yeah, that's Gyodo. Hancock. Minago. Lease. Here we go. So this was a conversation that Asahi, like, clenched his fist at and walked off. Meaning there's something in this, presumably, that he's not fond of. Have you heard the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head, regardless. Nay, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers might be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. You must prepare an official and, above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. So either Asahi is privy to what's actually happening, and he has something to gain from negotiating peace with Doma in his position, or something in that conversation he doesn't want to happen? I don't know, it's kind of hard to discern, honestly. Lord Hien and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you are ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. Weird, it didn't actually give me the marker on top of their head. Oh, this is a town now. Oh, shit. Oh, right. This was the place that we ended the whole conflict and then we left, after... Yeah, this was after the battle in the... I can't see it from here. In the manor that fell into the sea. So they actually ended up fixing it up. Nice. Do I want to make this my free destination? I don't know. I feel like we're not actually going to be here for a while, but... Yeah. There you are, Aldine. So, first things first, what do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an Aetheryte now, courtesy of the Onishishu. Be sure and attune to it, would you? Once it has the Warrior of Light seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. But on to the matter at hand. The ambassador and his retinue are at my hold, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts. Serve to send a message to the Empire that Eorzea and Doma stand united. I'm not normally one for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alphino and Alice will also be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. Say will come. I knew I could count on you. When you are ready, come and join me at my humble abode, the Kian Khan. The Kian Khan. The guardsman will see you in. I think I'll probably take the opportunity to just hit the Aethernet points as well while I'm here. Saves me doing that in the future. God, I feel like I've got the slowest mount speed in this place. Like maybe I do a few quests here and it actually gives me the proper mount speed, but right now, I wonder if this comes up. No, it doesn't. Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. That was one of the people that were ahead of me. You've attuned yourself to all aetherite shards in the Doman Enclave. The One River is now accessible at an aether destination. As an aether destination, sorry. Yeah, so I'm really curious what the... Oh, it's Kuro. Nice. What the, like, details of this are gonna be. Yes.
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend.
If...
Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons.
Right, but the former doesn't lead from the latter.
Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat.
Okay. The weird thing about this, why in the fuck aren't they extending this to Eorzea proper? They have proven capable of taking down icons. They've proven capable of taking on parts of the Empire that are meant to be taking down icons. They seem like a more obvious partner than Doma. So, why Doma?
On the condition that Dorma renounce his summoning and pledges to police the Korgin's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
There it is. renounces summoning.
Doma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise.
Right. So, how do we confirm that we pledge or renounce summoning in that case?
With regard to the Kojin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection.
And I'm really glad Hien left with that. Or led with that, rather. Like, if you don't fuck with them, they're not gonna summon anything.
Yet even now, there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
Indeed. Many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to call upon the divine for deliverance from the strong. So it was in Alamigo, the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history.
So I wonder if you're here as a critique of the Empire, or as an underhanded way of trying to get everyone to cede territory to the Empire peacefully.
My comrades and I would change all that. We, Populares, have campaigned long and hard for a shift in Imperial policy. And at last, the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear. Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald that would obstruct our every attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe. And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange.
What?
Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting viceroy.
Yotsuya? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we Remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
I don't know why I said retinue. Also, I think I just realized something about the character animation there. So there was like a low shot of Hien with his arms folded and then his arms back out, and it seemed like his character model was almost like moving like he was standing, but then we cut here and see that he's cross-legged in this shot. I wonder if they actually, like, moved his model into the ground just so they could play that animation, because they don't have, like, the ability to move his arms like that if he's not standing. That would be kind of funny. Smart.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
Well, that was unexpected. You can say that again. Still don't know quite what to make of it all. But on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? They had naught to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. And as it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsuyu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. You think this might all be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Perhaps. I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have been the acting viceroy, but she is not Garlean, not even highborn. The value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphino, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Hien. While the Ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed. Though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. So many of our brothers and sisters languishing in Imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the Kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Aldine. Let's leave Alphino to dispense his copious knowledge. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Go on and keep Alice company. We are safe enough now. For now. Their words. Whatever Lord Hien's decision should be, I shall abide by it. Yet, I would be glad to welcome my lost brothers back to Doma. Yeah, Asahi actually has, like, a very strong position in this situation, as Lord Hien kind of, basically said that, like, he's more or less, like, forced to kind of take that offer, because, like, he just has no room to kind of, like, negotiate, well, really negotiate beyond that. And it's almost a no-brainer for them, but it's a no-brainer for them as things are now, but Yotsuyu's memory is obviously a big concern. A chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, Aldine. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. Takes someone with a cool head. I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question. What do we do while they prattle on? His forgotten home. Alisaie is pondering how best to make use of your reprieve from the tedium of negotiations. Alright, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how people are faring in their own words. And it's not as if we'll be missed here. Or will we? Aldine, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugiri, and Asahi, was it? You have some business with Aldine? Business? No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Oh, is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past. Oh. I've really got to remember to turn that light on whenever I close up this room, especially late at night. We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the man who would do battle with our common enemy. And lest you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me not to, at least thank him for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugiri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. He's not wrong. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Would you join us? In that case, I will join you as well. There is naught else to do until Lord Hien has reached his decision. I can think of no finer way to learn more about the current state of Doma. That's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yansha. Might we start at the town of Monzin? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you will follow me. Okay, so we just need to come out. Outside here. Actually, I think that puts us, like, way further north than I would expect. Hang on a second. Fuck. I mean, I guess you can tell that this person's... Oh my god, is that a darker version of the Moogle axe? Oh no, that just is the Moogle axe. Hang on a sec. I have this on my warrior, and I absolutely love that weapon. Oh, there it is. Malignant Mulgax, yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Anything there. The one river. That one doesn't have the brackets that's saying it's outside either. God, that's weird. I wonder how people are going to react to, Asahi in our company. I guess many people wouldn't actually know he's an envoy of the Empire, but... yeah. Oh, sorry. It put us way south, not way north. I should have... yeah. I don't think I've ever been down there. Well, obviously I haven't. The map updated as we passed. Oh no, this isn't the place I was thinking of. This is the place we ended up after the castle fell. Weird. I thought we had been to the Enclave once before then. this truly be Monzen? Home to the cream of Doma's samurai? I had heard that Yotsuyu intended to send some few of our automata here, but... Automata, oh god. But only by way of warning. By way of warning. Should not have come to this. Indeed, savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up and protest. It was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we can begin to make amends for this senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult, once our nations are formally at peace, of course. Yes, of course. If you would have a better view of what remains of the castle, we must proceed through the ruins. Yeah, and I'm not helping you through the Magatsu and whatnot, I'm just gonna fly overhead. It's a travesty. A travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was aflame. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it in one day, when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Spoken like a true popularis, the needs of the people must of course come first. Speaking of whom, would you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Namai is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. By river, yes. If you'll follow me, I will ready our boat. Oh, goody. Ready to cast off? Alright, what are we going to face this time, I wonder?
Get back! I'm warning you!
Someone's in trouble.
Oh, shit. What are they doing here?
Are you all right?
Hi.
Sup? No time to explain.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
Away with you!
It is nothing.
Why did it switch to fucking Alizé? What the hell?
Leave this to me.
No!
opening.
I have you!
Jesus Christ. It's all I can do to keep up with this lot.
The art of my forebears.
Well to say.
Taste my steel!
Oh, right, that goes from cooldown. Okay, forgot about that. Hey, newest girl, how's it going? I'm back.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Just woke up from a nap. That's a good time.
Sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
That is a very good question.
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
I mean, that would aid things, but it doesn't necessarily need to come to that. Wait, oh shit. Can I bring up the... What's the... Hang on a second. You and yours have fought fiercely to change... To change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong? Not about that. True reform can only come from within. The Empire will never change. I mean, those aren't mutually exclusive, but, like...
I knew
I
you
tend
would
to agree with
understand.
that. Whether
You
or not
have
that's a
witnessed such
possibility,
change
though.
firsthand, after all, during your time in Ishgard.
How do you know about that? Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero Eorzea in action. And few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least few who lived to tell the tale. Yeah, we did kill a lot of you. Guilty conscience. Asahi has had his fill of adventure for one day. Well, after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord? But what am I? You seem so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Damai would take kindly to the sight of a man in Imperial uniform, with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would, and with any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Wait, what? Yugiri is just... the fuck? Weird. Oh no, I guess this is back where we, yeah, no, this is back where the, boat is. I was gonna say, why the hell is Yugiri standing off in a random area, but no. That actually makes sense. I was just being dumb. Oh. I wish this would have just told me that it was telling me I could go there, because I could have just ported there. Miss your reaction to the Enclave? I mean, it wasn't anything special. It was just like, oh, wow. Like, I actually mistook it for the place just outside of the castle. I actually forgot which bit this was, so... yeah, didn't miss much. My confused bloody ass is like, oh, yeah, I remember this place. Yep. Just scored myself a free Coke. My roommate ordered through Uber Eats, and apparently what she ordered came up as like doubling up. So she called ahead and said, "Look, I don't want both of them," and they said, "Yeah, that's fine," but they still gave her 2 drinks. So, like, I mean, I hope she didn't have to pay for that. That'd be really awful, but hey, she's not gonna drink the Coke, so I'll take it. Also, McDonald's have started doing paper straws for some reason, and great. You love to see it, yeah. Well, I mean, I wasn't gonna actually have any more sugar tonight, but fuck it, I'll just say this is the rest of my sugar for the day. Because when I tend to stay up, I tend to break that rule a little bit, but I hopefully won't have to now, because I will have... Fuck. Oh. Wheel went off the chair mat. Yeah, hopefully that'll just be my fix for the night then. Starbucks here does paper straws too. Yeah, well, my understanding is that they're not good for disabled people. They aren't actually made of materials that can be recycled. The materials they are made out of don't actually biodegrade that much quicker, so what the fuck does it do? And when the actual, like waste and pollution aren't even, like, caused by... Well, like, so there is merit to changing things where we can to make it less, like, if, like, outside of the fact that these aren't very good for disabled people because they do degrade in the bloody drink you have, there is some merit to at least, like, making it biodegrade quicker and not being literally plastic. If you're changing a lot of other things too. Like, if this is it, then who the fuck cares? Like, we're not doing a comprehensive thing. We should be aiming higher if that's the case. Or if we're not, you know. I don't know. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go on ahead. Lord Hian is expecting you. I will remain without and keep watch over our guest. Corporate leaders passing responsibility to everyday people. Bingo. Absolutely nailed it, newest girl. You are expected, sir. Shall I show you in? Absolutely. Or it's like, you know what it feels like? It feels like that moment where, like, there was a lot of, like, really intense BLM protests in America, and then, like, all of the, like, peripheral stuff that people used to point to be like, this thing here seems racist, sort of thing. Like, everyone was getting rid of the surface level, like, yeah, maybe we should change that, instead of doing literally anything else that would have actually furthered the cause. Oh, and this is, like, corporations doing this. It's just like, this is, like, transparently shallow. Oh, fuck, I had the perfect word for it. Putting on a show. I can't remember, but yeah. It really reeks of that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. We're back. Welcome back, my friend. Yugiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on a tour of Yangsha. I hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakazuki. It's like rainbow capitalism during Pride Month. Yeah, pretty much. But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yugiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details. So please, tell us how it all unfolded. The Red Kojin? Here? Have there been any other such incidents since the Liberation? Not that I'm aware of. If they are planning some new venture here in Yangsha, we will need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? Yeah, he was. He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? So... his reaction to, like, someone in trouble seemed pretty genuine. That can't be denied. Well, at least that of anything we have the least ground to deny. His proposals really feel... I think it was Hien that pointed this out, that it's more like posturing to just secure Yotsuyu's return. As for his more broader goals, I'm unsure if he is naive or genuine. And I could believe that someone in his position thinks that the change he's talking about could very well be, could very well come to pass with the Empire, especially with the Emperor, by his word at least, seeming to endorse this action. And the conditions seem pretty straightforward, though details being what they are. What happens if some Doman decides to summon? Is the Empire gonna, like, stamp on the entirety of Doma, rip up the treaty? I want to believe Asahi, and I don't know if my reluctance to trust him is because of his association with the Empire or because of his seeming critique of the Empire despite trying to be charitable with that particular aspect of them. I think so far as everything he has said, we can probably trust on the surface. I mean, I would still think that it would be worth keeping that in mind, but... oh, how I'd love to believe that. An ally within the Empire could change everything. Could give us a real chance of peace. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game. For now, at least. Well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alfino's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they want to collect. For this plan, I need to enlist the aid of our friends the Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunshin and his people, or Bunshin and his people, and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon this Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the Populares garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see put right, one which has weighed heavily on my mind.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company.
Damn. pretty slick.
The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
Okay, this seems oddly out of character for him. I feel like he would be more... I need to see where this goes before I make this call, actually, because I don't know the specifics of... yeah.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please! What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
Thank you, Gasetsu.
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Garleans shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hien, did you really pull us into the back room so we could watch you murder Yotsuyu? Just as witnesses? Jesus fuck, man.
Did Gorsetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet.
He has seemed incredibly wounded since he got here. Gotta believe his rage burner. I mean, like
He
his
puts on
honor
a brave
burner.
face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade.
I mean, we saw him on the battlefield and can confirm that, more or less.
Though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
Rise of a New Sun. Science theme. Striking, maiming, fending. With Yotsuyu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal and realize other matters demand your attention. But I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name.
I wonder if she'd remember her brother.
To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Now we're here.
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Starting to hear a little bit of indignation from Sahi here.
Dango. How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
The fuck was the name of this quest again? Rise of a New Sun. Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. Part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. Tsuyu, do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to plow through ahead to actually get there, because I'm, like, way behind. Like, that cat, like, I got the Bard I was playing on the PS4 all the way to the end of Heaven's Ward, and I was about to start another character to get them up to the end of Heavensward. Because, like, I want to do the, like, job quests and stuff on them. But, like, yeah, like, I probably could have gotten through a hell of a lot of Shadowbringers by now. Because that's, like, easy 120 hours. But, nope. No. I am a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you'll excuse me, my superiors have a long overdue report. They will be elated to hear our agreement, that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will exchange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yangshan. This will take some time, of course. Of course, you may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their icon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I'm informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young Domans from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough from the Lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain. Be it at the hands of the Kojin, or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Kosetsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. Oh, actually, newest girl. This is probably, like, you're probably gonna go through the VOD and see me talk about this a bit more at length. But, I wanna just put this out here for a second. So I've been wondering, like, seeing the Shadowbringers marketing material, it seems like, you know, you're fighting more light-based things than what we've been used to in this. I don't know how far that is in. It seems like I think it was the expansion trailer, or a supercut of the expansion trailer that had, like, things descending from the heavens. So I was like, oh yes, light, okay, I see the dichotomy reverse right here. But one of the things I've been thinking of is, like, how do we get to that point? Because the Source is in, like, a unique position, unlike the worlds that, like, the Warriors of Darkness came from, where there was an imbalance of light and dark. And I wondered if there was ever going to be us using the powers of the Echo, because, besides the, like, passive powers, a lot of, like, really interesting power sets have been displayed with the Echo, including passing into other worlds. And I've been wondering if that's ever going to get paid off. And then I looked at this. It's a Heidelin-shaped-ish crystal, surrounded by 15 dots, 2 of which are like a big yellow dot and a blue dot, and 13 other ones, which happens to be the number of reflections of the Source that there were. I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, it's been that particular subject has been on my mind, and it came back up when I got back through the point in Heavensward, where Ariange proves to be the smartest character in the entire game. So yeah, it's been on my mind. The Ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fluminis. Let us be off. Hi, Dragoon. Yes. Yeah.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure?
Take the others? Oh.
I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
Hi, I'm over here. Like, you could just turn around. Fucking weird. Hi.
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
Wow, I fucking hate this guy immediately. Wow, fuck Asahi. Jesus fuck. Brainwashed little fucking dolt.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
The fuck was that?
What in the...
Oh.
Reinforcement? No, just one! Cut him down!
Oh, you are all dead.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
That whole scene where you're deliberating his intentions, I was cackling. Yeah, like, so the thing I was really trying to... The thing that scene doesn't really let you do is say, like, I think we can trust him so far as this agreement. Beyond that, I don't know. Because obviously just saying we can't trust him is accurate, but it would imply that, like, well, something is wrong about this exchange, you know? Which there still could be, and if I'm wrong, then, yeah, I'm wrong. But the thing I was trying to express with, like, the trust there is, like, I think this deal can go through. Even if this guy has, even if, yeah, but then it's an honorable man. I don't know. I guess I was trying to justify it in my head, like, I want to trust this guy, and I want to express that, but the only way to say that is that he's an honorable man, which means he can't possibly have ill intent, which is really naive. Which makes sense for the character I made in this game, to be honest. He's naive to the point that negotiation would be the answer to anything, so... I mean, I still probably shouldn't have pressed that, regardless. I feel like that was in character for that character, which is why I started trying to really think through it, because I was like, I don't want to trust this guy, but what would this character actually do?
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
God, he sounds so bored.
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the Enclave across the river.
God. The voice actor for Xenos is so fucking good. He's just like, okay, where else is there resistance? Fucking... Gotta at least find a fight here. I mean, fuck. Oh. I'm actually gonna miss him as a villain. Assuming he is actually dead, which, I mean... The exchange where we first encountered Asahi is... I was promised a hunt. Oh my... Wait a minute. That's why he's mad. Oh, fuck. That's why he's mad. He's mad that either we killed Xenos, or that we have been propagating the idea that we killed Xenos and, like, claiming it as a victory. Oh, fuck. If that is the reason this motherfucker is talking to us like this, just grab his throat, summon Demi Bahamut, and be over with it. Fuck this motherfucker.
Lord Cayenne.
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Oh, well, I mean, now Xenos has to check it out.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, Legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
He's a fucking Xenos fanboy.
Lord Xenos.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, you are especially a special kind of awful. Holy fuck.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
Good.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary, and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire.
He's at least smart.
My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance. I will lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Of all the memories to witness.
Mm-hmm.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Ugidi. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren.
Yeah. Yeah, this was the thing I really didn't kind of broach, but like, or I guess it was. I guess I thought naive and not like I didn't bring up the option of like him being like purposefully what's the word I'm looking for here? Like so he could be naive in thinking that the he could be naive in thinking that the peace could actually be restored between the Empire and that the Empire can change, or he's using it as a deliberate political tactic to actually kind of shift things in his favor or in favor of avenging Xenos or continuing what Xenos had set out to do. I guess I have like a clearer vision of what he's actually going for there, but yeah, I never really brought up the idea that he could have been like malicious in that way, or didn't explore it as much, which yeah, Hien has the right of it.
But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
You know, in a lot of other games, it would actually, like, the main character, or the character who's confronted in this way, would often, like, keep it to themselves until it's, like, really obvious that, it needs to come to light, and, oh, we should have seen this coming, sort of thing. I really appreciate that, like, this game specifically bucks that trend, or bucks that, like, trope. And specifically because it is politically relevant. It is very relevant to the moves that Hien has to make, that Doma has to make, that the Empire will make. Like, revealing this information makes a lot more sense because there is a grander, there are grander things at work than just the squabbles between characters, where you could more believably justify, like, just, he outwardly threatened me, but I think it's not worth bringing up because things could come of it. Like, no, this needs to be discussed right now because it has implications for the prisoners that are being supposedly returned. Yes, of course, how could I forget?
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
Yeah. Why are you disappointed? He's a piece of shit. He worships like one of the fucking one of the most maliciously violent characters in the entire game. Fuck him. Makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Well, I mean, the immediate idea is, I mean, the immediate thing was to do exactly what he did and kind of goad me into attacking him, which, like, I obviously expressed the fact that, no, just burn the fucker right there, but that is obviously not long-term smart. The other thing that does is that it frames and kind of... It frames the Warrior of Light's retaliation against him in the future as a beast lashing out, rather than the calculated kind of moves of a person with thoughts and ideas. So there could be him trying to frame or trying to impose like basically just mind games. That's too long. Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange, because that's all he really wants. Though, he didn't actually get Yotsuyu, so maybe there's... He truly is a disciple of Xenos. His possible emotions simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the man who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever his explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. Yay. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand. We would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remained in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yotsuyu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. And on that, you have my word. Charting a path through this sea of troubles promises to be difficult. I'm not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. To Kugane then. Tataru and the others must know of what transpired. Good. I hope we actually get to see Alphino being given a talking to by Tataru. I'm really hoping that actually happens, because that would be fucking hilarious. Alphino Leveilleur, there are at least 3 zeros on the price tag of this katana that could have been brought down. Actually, I can probably close this window now. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Thought I cut my finger open, but I just kind of broke the skin a bit. Stupid bloody window. God, I feel like we've done, like, 0 combat in this entire stream. And we're already 4 hours in. Tataru's already staring at Alphino, which good. My, it seems you're all in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course. We're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait if any urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize to Taru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Aldine should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. What? Isn't that a side quest? This is interesting. I haven't seen something like this happen in this game yet, where it's referring to non-MSQ quests, because I'm pretty sure this is referring to Soroban's like deal, where it looked like he was gonna like open a dungeon or something like that. I wasn't exactly sure what it was gonna do. Maybe I should actually follow that to the end. But it's interesting that it's like. So sometimes there are like big events like the raids, obviously, that come up in the when characters are talking with the Warrior of Light. But rarely is it that like a side quest that's kind of that quest chain unlocks the trials for this expansion in 2 dungeons. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. So there's just like a series of. Is it new trials? Or is it, like, more difficult versions of existing trials? I don't think there were that many in Storm... Oh, I don't think I've unlocked that many in Stormblood, come to think of it. New trials. Oh, okay. Maybe I can do that when I'm, like, sitting in queue or something. Forgive me, Aldine. It would seem I have... But yeah, it's interesting that gets weaved into there, but I guess, like, having the context of that it's actually a chain that... a quest chain that unlocks a lot of group activity. That seems to make a lot more sense why it's being highlighted in the MSQ so much. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value. Knowledge I can gather in abundance. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value, knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Riol and his associates have heard something on the subject. If you want the Shadowbringer's relic weapon, you'll need to the 24-man raid from this expansion eventually. Okay. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's... fucking... damn it. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game. For now. Fending, maiming, and striking. I'm pretty sure fending is tanking, maiming is melee DPS, striking... I really wish you had the contextual knowledge of FF12 and tactics. My jaw dropped so many times during the questline I teared up a few places. Oh. Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, it's not like Nier, where you just play one game and you have the backstory that you kind of... maybe... Okay, so... This character probably wants fending, if nothing else. Not that I'll redeem it now, it's not really, of use to me, not having a tank. Nope. Oh. You gonna have a monologue to yourself, buddy? Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan. You mean Xenos? Uh-oh.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift.
He was looking for a collaborator.
I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
That mirror kind of looks like the fucking chess piece on Bayonetta's outfit.
It's so pretty.
Like, it's got the crescent moon, it's got the jewel in the center. It doesn't have it, like, it's the color scheme is wrong. Like, the pattern outside of the moon is also wrong. But that was the first thing that, like, came to mind when I saw that. Monk's rework is really interesting. With optimized gear, they get their GCD down to 1.9 seconds. Jesus. Isn't the regular GCD like 3? Well, I guess I'm going through all of the content that's probably had, like, my GCD kind of gimped because I don't get gear that's worth a shit in terms of haste. 2.5 right now. Oh. Really? Oh, no, I think you're right. Yeah. I'll check abilities. It shouldn't be too hard to figure out.
Who are you? Who are you?
Oh boy.
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fuck you. Is he still alive?
Fine, now leave me.
Okay, this is really fucking dumb. This is so fucking stupid. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna let this scene run out because I want to see what's up, but... Stormblood is about to make its first biggest misstep, I feel. Or has made it, anyway. Okay. So there's something that's been happening in this story up until this point that... Well, there's something that's happened throughout the game that I pointed out when it happened with Tataru. Where I was like, look, Moonbreeder died. Like, is dead. Gone. When Tataru died... and then it was revealed that she hadn't actually been killed, I pointed out that there is a possibility that what this could end up doing, possibly, is undermining the consequences of death. Because seeing a character die does not mean that they're necessarily dead. Now, there was one moment in Heavensward where I thought they were doing that same thing with Vidofnir when she gets stabbed by Estinian. But, like, that's not the characters saying they're dead, right? That was, like, the dragon was clearly attacked, but Vidofnir is a dragon. They don't go down that easy. even though Istinian killed fucking Nidhogg in a similar fashion. Regardless. What ended up happening in... I just lost it. What happened in Doma Castle was that we had, like, almost definitive non-trope evidence that, or clarity that Gesetsu and Yotsuyu were dead. And they weren't. Now, characters believing someone is dead and the story telling you they are dead are two different things. Because they presumed they are dead, but the story told us that the bodies weren't found. Fair. And it's pointed out when Tataru is poisoned that the Warrior of Light, specifically, did not have the chance to check her vitals to see if she was dead. So when we come to Xenos killing himself and everyone declaring victory, but then that turns out to he wasn't dead and has somehow... Oh, Nanamo, sorry, not Tataru, Jesus Christ. Nanamo, sorry. Yeah, replace every instance I just said of Tataru with Nanamo. I don't know why I got the two confused. That's really awful, because I really like both of those characters. Xenos kills himself in front of us. No one does anything else to check if he's dead. The Warrior of Light, who has seen someone be killed, or presumably be killed in front of him, and have it specifically pointed out that he never had the chance to actually check vitals or anything, doesn't check if Xenos is dead. And the Empire manages to get the fucking body? How? That is absurd. You know what that feels like? It feels like they wrote themselves into a position where they had to killed Xenos off, and they realized that Xenos was like popular or something, or that everyone liked him as a villain, so they just brought him back. And that's how you undermine death. Because meta elements of, like, so I don't actually know if this is the case, having not, like, experienced this when it happened, or seen discussion of it when it happened. But if that is the case, that is one of the key ways you can just kill, ironically, the consequences of death. Because if you see a character die, they don't necessarily die anymore. Even if you have, like, what should be, like, nothing acknowledges that Xenos is actually still alive. Nothing acknowledges that he might be similarly saved in the same way that Gesetsu and Yotsuyu were, in the same way that Gesetsu and Yotsuyu, his bodies hadn't been found, and in the way that you didn't actually get to check if Nanamo was dead or not. Like, and I guess technically you didn't get to see if Xenos was dead either, but no one in that situation did, and almost everyone that walks up to the body after that, it was explicitly involved in the fucking plot to poison Nanamo too, so they should know better. Oh my god, that's fucking terrible. And like, you know what's really annoying about this? The idea that the Empire had was spreading propaganda about the fact that Xenos wasn't actually dead when he was, to galvanize the Empire against, like, the people of Eorzea and the people of Doma because they got him killed, is actually a really interesting aspect of, how they function, and the fact that they might have been doing that is, sorry, hang on, let me get the camera out of this ugly-ass texture. Like, the fact that they are doing that reflects real-world things where like, or real-world instances where the truth is hidden from a populace to make sure that they don't, like, act as if the truth is actually the truth. Hide reality from the people to make sure that they're, like, kind of aligned with your goals. And the idea that the Empire is actively engaging in doing something like that is really interesting. It also gives Asahi another dimension where, like, is he lying to himself? Thinking that his lord is actually alive? Is he trying to convince himself he's acting in the best wishes of a dead man? But no. Xenos is alive. Oh my god. That's so awful. There's no good reason to bring him... God, that's fucking stupid. What? Like, I'm trying to think of, like, reasons you would bring him back other than, like, transparent popularity, and I honestly can't think of one. He is, like, one of the Resonant, and he's clearly, like, one of the more powerful Resonants, because, like, he was literally able to, like, control a Primal, which is incredibly interesting. And I guess him being alive to explain what he did there can be interesting, can be helpful to the story, progress the narrative somewhat, but he doesn't have to be alive for that to happen. Like, the Warrior of Light and the Scions have made far tougher connections between things, where no information is readily available from people who experienced it because they're all fucking dead. Like, I honestly can't think of a good reason to bring him back. Fuck me. Like, right up until this point, I could see that, like, the reason people didn't like Heavensward as much, or, sorry, that people didn't like Stormblood as much as Heavensward, was just because, like, obviously proximity to ARR, so obviously Heavensward, like, being a big step up is a big fluctuation. But not having quite as many, like, really great moments, like, really good moments all over here, like, maybe, like, tiny missteps here and there. I would probably more grant, before this just happened, that the difference between people who like Stormblood and the people who like Heavensward is probably subjective or kind of the proximity to ARR. But after seeing that, I really hope they don't follow down this line. I really hope they don't do this often, because that is the worst piece of writing that is in this game. I think that is actually the worst narrative point in this entire game. I have to see what they do with it. Like, I'm not going to just say, no, it's the worst, it's irredeemable. But I cannot think of another instance in this game that is more transparently clear that the author just revived Xenos. I don't know where it's going. Like I said, I don't know why they would bring him back. There is no reason to bring him back. Asahi Asahi is basically Kylo Ren in some regard, because and not in that he wants to be Xenos, but that he's just kind of following on with his ambitions. And he is a far more interesting character as that than knowing that Xenos is still alive and acting as a result. Yeah, I'm going to stop now, because there's nothing else for me to say. I don't know where this is going, because honestly, that confounds me. Why in the fuck would you bring him back? Jesus fucking Christ. Alfino has important news to share. So now we're in 4.3, based on what you were saying before. Ah, Haldane, impeccable timing. We've just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. Yeah, this is the start of 4.3. You know what? I won't ask how many patches there are. Don't actually answer that. I don't want to know how far I've got to go. Like, I want that to be a surprise, more or less. Because I don't want to start guessing, like, oh, we've only got this much narrative left, I wonder what they're going to do with story points and stuff like that. By staying on that, look for signs of crystal hoardings and the like. They mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yangsha. It would seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. Yep. Agreed. According to the letter, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave, then. Lord Hien will be waiting. I trust you'll cope in our absence, Tataru? Don't worry about me. I'll be just fine. Just be sure to come back. Oh, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Oh, right. Can I really not see that part of the map from here? Hang on. There's the Doman Enclave. So where is it on the map? Like, it should be in Othard, right? But the closest it gets me is here. But it doesn't give me the ability to look into the other part of the map? That's fucking weird. Why would they make it like that? Jesus. Where is it? There. Like, this is the thing that confused me last time, because it had a thing on the map, right? And then, it had a thing on the map, and then it wanted me to actually go into here. But there was no way to, like, look into the part of the map that was this area. Like, if I look at the map here, and I zoom out... Yeah. What? You could pick it out, but you can't... There's no, like, go to this connecting map point, which is really fucking weird. Lord Hien is expecting you. Well, Mass is going shitty. I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there is one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Ooh. Just play on controller. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He may be promised not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he receives some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Aldine, Elize, shall we?
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself.
Uh-huh. The second we walk into the room, eh?
I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
Uh-oh. Persimmon was her, fuck, what's the word with it? Sleeper agent code. Now she remembers.
We are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... A gross exaggeration.
Gesetsu, if you try and get up, I will body slam you back into that bed.
A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you, this is not.
I'm confused.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink.
I don't know why Alizé jumped to that. It's like, really? You reckon in front of everyone? Well, I guess she is, like, ridiculously naive.
What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I was gonna say, like... Now that I think about it, Gesetsu had been shot in the back several times and had an entire castle dropped on him. No bloody wonder he's, like... well, it shouldn't be any wonder that, like, he's kind of worse for wear after that.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man.
Aye. Uh-oh. Yeah, here we go.
Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
You stink, though, dude. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gesetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to be suddenly watching over him. You couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gesetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. That's one of the few times they acknowledge the passing of time. What do you mean? Wait, what? What? Passing of what time? Alfie said a year ago, referring to the events of Stormblood. Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah, right. Fuck. No matter how adamant his will, no Nari can carry on forever. He's pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains. He will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given all for Legion land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Huh? Yugiri? Out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So, what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped. Not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami, a child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths, but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu, and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. The presence of the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she is good as fasten the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I would mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. Oh man, so they really introduced Asahi, like, before the end of a patch, and then didn't pay it off for another patch. I guess that was, like, a good bulk of, like, the last part of the story, too. Jeez. Where are we going? Listen, I like the bird. Bugger off. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be long. I honestly thought of going back to just using my chocobo, but yeah. I've used that on all my other characters, honestly, but uh-oh. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She's nowhere to be found. Oh god. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouting the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall ever seeing before. This was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new fallen snow it was. Is she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. No, I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. Yeah, that was smart. No, there's no need to worry. Walks like 20 meters away. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, worry. It seemed that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Can't he help me? No good can come from this. Casting is the one I want. Alright, this one I can actually... Oh, hang on a second. Oh no, I've got room for one of everything, so that should be fine. Yeah, because that's all just... Yep. It's not really what I want for... Not really the aesthetic I want for this character, but that's pretty good. It's a pretty good outfit. Gone like the morning dew. Grenadier knew a mean that fits your inventory. Listen, I don't need to be called out on my own stream for my inventory management, okay? Like, just at some point, I need to just buy like a shitload of glamour prisms and just throw everything I want into the into there, and then just work from there. Like, I figure the worst thing that'll happen is that I'll need to purchase gear on the way to leveling up with other characters of similar gear sets. But fuck it, who cares? I got plenty of gil as is. Though his face betrays little sign of panic, Hien is plainly desperate to find Yotsuyu before something terrible happens. It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. Hang on. Oh, actually, hold on. That's probably better. Just make sure it's the right one. Yep. You're not wrong. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. You're at your service, Lord Hien. Fucking ass. Now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. No way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surrounds. Alvino, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminus. Aldine, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts. Oh, we're here. Nice. Where are we headed? Oh, just here. Kyo-san. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes, if there is anything you care to know, you need only... A pale-skinned woman. I have seen no such traveller, I am sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly-skinned, Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Can't wait until you hear the music in Shadowbringers. Yeah. Stop hyping it up, damn it. You're not helping. Anyone here? Gyoku. Unusually pale skin. Yes, yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here, and was headed in a northeasterly direction for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. If I was you, I simply wouldn't have had computer problems. Yeah, no, it would have been great just to not have computer problems. God, I would absolutely love not having computer problems. It'd be really fucking great if I could stop having goddamn technical issues. Still a bit sour about everything. Sorry. are we headed? Just down around here. Near this thing? Oh no. Out on the top here. Oh, we might just be looking around. Isn't that one of the Gallian things? You see no signs of Yotsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast. I missed this. Yeah, it's been too long. Yeah, I mean, I would have continued streaming and all that, but when you get internet and computer issues, it's a little hard to continue doing that. Back to back, mind you. Only so many shitposts I can throw in your DMs. Yeah, with like no progress. Once I start progressing, then it's like, oh god, now I can post all these things I have lined up. Still no sign of Yotsuyu. Perhaps she's yet farther northeast. Yotsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking, wide-brimmed hat. Oh dear. That's not good. If she doesn't have the hat, then... Oh no. Cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. Oh. What's up? Aldine, before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alizé has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Well, I mean, there's the hat right here. Towards Namai? By the Kami. If the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the paddies. The village square is yours. How is the table wet? Oh, it's probably because of the goddamn Macca's Coke. Sweaty little shit. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, fucking god.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
That's why you left! Oh! God! What? Oh.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
How long great have you been doing? Just stand there watching. Fucking god. Some help I am, just idly sitting by and watching her do that. Oh no.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
Uh-oh.
What did I do?
This is actually, like, at least my Warrior of Light is a bit of an airhead, so it's in character. Yeah, like, like this character, or this character that I created. He's a huge idealist and kind of naive, but like he should be. Yeah, like it makes sense in obvious context, but when you like, and 14 has its own characterization of the Warrior of Light, so like I'm not saying this is a criticism, but it's just funny to me that like this character that I think I know well is just standing there like, well, the woman who subjugated an entire country is just walking into a village square. I'm within, you know, probably running distance of her to make sure she doesn't get like seen by more than a couple of people. Lord Hien and Yugiri here yet? Like, dude, what the fuck? You're not that airheaded. Fuck. Oh shit, I forgot to...
You don't know!
So, this is a really anguishing situation for the forgetful Yotsuyu to be in. Because she doesn't know, and as a person who's removed from those memories, having memories of, like, her, like, you know, shooting Gosetsu, like, torturing this poor man, or boy, I can't remember how old he is, to be honest, is like... Because, like, if right now, you had, like, if you seek to do a lot of good for people and that, and you're completely, and you suddenly have this memory of, like, torturing a person, like, you'd probably be like, oh, Jesus, fuck, like, old enough to serve the military-industrial complex. Well, I mean, that doesn't say much, unfortunately. But, like, the idea that a person suddenly remembers these things that are completely, like, alien in terms of how they would act otherwise and see themselves doing those things is actually, like, a really, like, anguish-filled prospect. So, like, because the question is, like, if Yotsuyu remembers, does she remember and she actually changes back, or does she remember and now she just has to carry the weight of that? Because the latter is bleak.
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
Yeah, and now Hien has to look like he's defending fucking Yotsuyu, which is...
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsuyu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
And this is honestly the best way to treat this situation, is just be like, here's what happened. Don't bullshit it, just literally spell out what happened. Yes, exactly.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
Which is a perfectly reasonable response.
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
She's not gonna do it anymore. There's literally no reason to do that.
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry.
Persimmon.
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu, and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands, and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Ian's face is a picture of relief. That would have been better avoided. But at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Kasetsu's which brought her to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gasetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken a long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminis and our meeting with the ambassador. Nafino and Alisei should be there, conducting their search. Not scared of her, not anymore. Can't forget what that woman did to us, but I won't do anything to upset Azami. Yeah. Like, it seemed pretty clear from that situation that people were at least, like, begrudgingly acknowledged that, okay, yeah, she's not the same person, it's not, like, taking vengeance on someone who, like, isn't themselves is, yeah, not the same. It wouldn't actually do anything. And at the very least, Azami is, like, kind of placating the village by, or incidentally placating the village by, like, words, Jesus, by, like, de facto forgiving Yotsuyu because she just isn't herself. It seems our Imperial guests have arrived already. It is time to meet with the ambassador. Oh, let's see how this goes.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Are they her parents?
Ah, Yatsuyu. You look well.
Yeah, if she has memories that far back, like...
Of all the people.
Also, can I just say that, like, doing something like this is, like... incredibly fucking questionable morally. Like, if a person is, like... If a person, like, forgets who they are, right? And essentially becomes another person having to experience the world just through being alive and whatnot. Like, they end up becoming a different person because they suddenly experience a different set of events and whatnot. Well, I mean, yeah, but I want to specifically point out that, like, it's not just like, I don't care about human life. It's like, well, I mean, it is a bit, but, like, I don't think people appreciate how disgusting a situation like this is. Like, you have a person who is trying to, like, be themselves. Like, trying to live past trauma through, you know, amnesia or whatever. And a person basically decides, no, they were this person, so they can only ever be this person. And I will make sure that this person turns back into that person. Like, it's not murder, but, like, you are essentially ending a life. Like, a consciousness. Because you are literally replacing it with the old. And obviously there's an argument to be made that, like, should the old be extinguished just because accident happened and a new personality forms, but, like... Man, that is not a black and white situation, and forcibly doing something like this is... Ugh. And of course, these two are the two people who could, like, cause this kind of reaction the most.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
I also forgot that he was in the cutscenes here. The first abusers, yeah. Like, also making her relive that trauma, having not known that trauma. What a piece of shit.
Gosetsu.
Yeah.
I have to take this to Gosetsu.
Like, not even the full context of her memories, just flashbacks of literal trauma.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient.
Aldine has met the piece of shits. I'm so happy at this loving time of year you met him. Yeah, dude, this guy is fucking rancid. Like, a Xenos fanboy, an unironic Xenos fanboy. Jesus fuck. Oh my god. I could, like, I love it in the terms of the fact that, like, I can't believe we got lower than Xenos in terms of, like, being vile and a piece of shit. Skip every cutscene, you still scum. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fucky. It's woven into his character at this point. Up until the point that he actually reveals his cards and you see the memory, like, it's probably scum, but, like, what is it? Like, this, like, I don't know if he's worse than Xenos, but I hate him more than Xenos. And that's saying a lot. Oh my god, your fringe is so long. Well, I mean, it was longer, but I obviously got it cut. Oh, by the way, I'm not getting any time off for the Christmas holidays outside of Christmas Day and New Year's Eve. Other officers on the base are getting basically 2 weeks off. Ouch, that sucks. But yeah, like, Xenos was at least, like, I can appreciate that he's kind of forced into the situation. He did end up that he was a lot more vindictive than I actually thought he was initially. But he is very bored with the situation. It feels like in any other circumstance, he wouldn't actually be doing as bad shit as he would be. He'd still be fucking terrible, but, like, he wouldn't be given the platform to be an absolute irredeemable garbage fire. This guy consciously follows that garbage fire and goes, yeah, that's the guy. He's gonna lead us to a new world. Fuck me, dude.
You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma.
And he just gets slimier every time he opens his fucking mouth. Oh. God, I hate this motherfucker. What is that?
Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
Good.
We continue with the exchange as planned, then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I am very fucking suspicious of these coffin-like things. Like, did he just kill everyone that was Doman? Is that really the way in which he's bringing them back? That would actually make sense, because, like, he did, like, try and goad the Warrior of Light, which I didn't know how much to read into, because, like, I'm not sure how much of that was, like, bringing to attention the situation the Warrior of Light is in, or if he actually wanted me to lash out at him to jeopardize the peace. Yeah. I knew better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I've sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. Thank you for bringing me right back here. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her. Ugh.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in.
I'll probably get up for another glass of water in a minute, or after this.
When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I'm glad we're actually calling attention to how fucked up this actually is.
I like this Asahi less and less.
You and me both.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Quick to retrieve them?
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
Wait, did they take them after that?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
Sounds like Tataru.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties. Might I call upon your assistance?
It's really weird that this happened literally like 20 minutes ago and we've suddenly lost her again. Again, Gosetsu, if you get up from that bed, I am body slamming you back into it. Oh?
Help! 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 Help me!
Wait, why are they here? Did she... Oh... Like, weren't they being watched by the Empire? Or, like, invited? I would have thought they would have been escorted around.
Remembered.
He should hate me.
Who?
But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
It's alright. This wouldn't actually kill you. We've already seen that.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery. You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament.
That is unreasonably reasonable in this situation. Is he being sarcastic?
You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be.
Well.
Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu!
What?
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Oh my god, please attack him.
Brother dearest, what a surprise.
she's not gonna do it,
You
is she?
always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me?
Yes.
To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Become Bayonetta. And they're dead. They bled out in that time.
I don't want to die.
Oh.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives.
That's a good point.
But this is neither...
Oh, fuck. It's alright, I'm about to get a drink anyway. Kind of need to stop right now. Oh, we're back here. Good. Okay, I will be just a moment. Let me get another water. Yeah, I'll be right back. am back. And I almost forgot that I had the rest of this McDonald's Coke to mix. Oh wow, that was almost another half glass. Damn. Alrighty then. We've recovered the Naurus's remains and will hold the cremation anon. Would that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he allowed some time alone with his thoughts. Script some contingencies. Lord Ian seems keen to take stock of the situation. So, my friends, that which we have feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu. But, oh shit, there we go. But one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we're bound to surrender Yotsuyu into the Garlean's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asaki went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration of Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted. And that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it is unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts